Well, I know, but I'm not on the internet. If you go to EC Guest, just know, if you go to EC Guest, St. Sam's, I'll be blocking.
Okay, thank you. I brought the wrong iPad, sorry. Oh, I see, EC Guest. Thank you very much.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Central Independent School District Board of Trustees meeting being held on February 25th, 2021, beginning at 6:30 in the afternoon. Marietta, can we have all the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Del Brazil,
Present.
Steve Bryant,
Here.
Victor Garza,
Here.
James Mulkey.
Here.
Monique Christmas. Here. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We'll move on to item 3, prayer and pledge. Mr. Scott, who do we have?
Ms. Triana from Salado Elementary School.
Good evening, Mr. Toscano, President Massengill, and Board of Trustees. I'm Teresa Triana, the principal at Salado Elementary School. I want to share today some wonderful students that are going to be doing our prayer and our pledge, and we have our kindergarten class with this couple who is going to be doing a little presentation for y'all. So with our prayer, we have 5th grader Isabella Garza, part of our Leadership Academy. We have Jordan DeWitt, 2nd grader in dual language. Aubrey Bettis, 3rd grade in our Leadership Academy, and Noah Espinosa, 2nd grade in our Leadership Academy. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this board meeting. Please guide the board in meaningful discussion. Allow us to nurture the bond of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that affect the students, staff, faculty, and friends of Essential. And continue to remind us that all we do here today, all that we accomplish, is in consideration of the students you placed in our care. We ask you these things in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación ante Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Honra a la bandera de Texas. Te prometo lealtad a ti, Texas, un estado ante Dios único e indivisible.
For putting all that together and practicing, sharing what we do here in our dual language. Also, I wanted to share with you a little present put together by our fine arts teacher, Miss Flores, and also by some of our kids. So you can see their little hands right here with the D for the love. It is February. We're looking for Valentine's Day, so we hope you enjoy this little token of our appreciation.
Very nice. All right, we will move on to item 4, awards and recognition. Mr. Scott?
Mr. President, trustees, we have some employees with us tonight that we are very proud of, very thankful for, so we want to make sure that we recognize them properly in your presence. So, Ms. Cullis?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Toscano, President Massimo, members of the board. I do want y'all to know that dance this summer, when we do board team building, they're going to be coming to teach y'all that dance. Mr. Toscano texted and said, please have them come.
Videotape it as well?
Yes.
All right.
Back to recognitions. So tonight, we have several worthy people with us for recognition this evening. And we would like to first recognize 2 amazing students before we do our employee recognitions. Let's see. So we want to recognize 2 students who had outstanding performance at the Region 20 Spanish Spelling Bee. From Heritage, we have Camila Lopez, who won first place in the middle school division. And from East Central High School, we have Melissa Medrano, who placed second in the high school division. These young women worked very hard, day in and day out, studying for the spelling bee, and we want to congratulate them on their tremendous success. We would also like to recognize Ms. Cruz, their teacher and trainer, who works very hard to prepare our students. And of course, their families, we wish them all congratulations. And I would like to say that's all of Region 20. So from the valley to, all over the Region 20 area, these two young ladies, first in middle and second in high school. So they did an outstanding job. There's Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa's on the right.
Super excited about them. Alright, here we go. And it is always a special night whenever we get to recognize some of our wonderful employees for everything that they do for us and all of the extra things that they do for us and everything that they put into their work, all of their hard work, their heart, their time, their energy, everything. February is a month that we recognize and celebrate some of our best. And so tonight, first, we have Amanda Briones. Amanda did not make it tonight, but this is her picture. Amanda consistently places the education and growth of her students above all else, making personal sacrifices all along the way. She often takes a shorter personal lunch time to spend that time visiting with her students while they eat. She collaborates with parents and works very hard to integrate learning at school with learning at home. She created a positive behavior reinforcement system in which parents are able to give their kids points at home, just like she does at school, to earn items from the class store. This effort has helped students make progress with goals such as following directions and doing chores at home. Ms. Briones is looked up to by staff members because she leads by example and models exemplary behavior for eager to learn and impressionable students. She is from Highland Forest and she was nominated by Jacqueline Ribado. Next, we have Ms. Jalen Hart, who is here tonight, so we want to welcome her. Oh, it's
A real picture.
Jalen Hart is an exemplar for every value we promote in East Central ISD. She is always a great example for all the district nurses. She selflessly helps everyone across the district. Nurse Allen said, "It feels good to know that your head nurse has your back." Jalen goes above and beyond not only for the nurses, but for the East Central community. She has worked tirelessly during the pandemic to research and implement protocols, oversee contact tracing with San Antonio Metro Health, implement COVID screening across the district, and has done it all with an unwavering positive attitude. Jalen is an amazing leader whose words you can take to the bank every time. She was nominated by Kathy Allen, and we all second that motion. Next, we'd like to call up Ms. Leanna O'Leary, Mr. Roger Lawson, and Ms. Rebecca Cardenas.
Hi.
These three individuals have worked together to make and answer hundreds and hundreds of phone calls, emails, and walk-in requests to support remote learning. Over the past 6 months, they've been helping students and families get logged into Google Classroom, troubleshooting connectivity and device issues, distributing over 1,000 Chromebooks and devices, and hundreds of hotspots to families and students, amongst a plethora of other remote learning supports. They have problem-solved solutions to unique obstacles and have stayed positive and supportive of teachers' and students' technology needs in these rapidly changing times. They have done all of this while still completing their day-to-day job duties and campus expectations. East Central High School has benefited from their teamwork and dedication to this massive project on campus. They were nominated by Ms. Lisa Merrifield. Okay. Next up, we have Stephanie Yamamoto, and I don't think she was able to be here with us tonight, but here's her picture. On January 27th, 2021, a teacher at East Central High School was in her classroom around 5 p.m. planning for the upcoming day when she began choking on a snack she was eating. Her airway was totally occluded and she was unable to breathe. Ms. Hoskins left her room and entered the special ed office that was across the hallway from her room. When she entered, she began looking for another staff member. Ms. Yamamoto, ECISD LSSP, noticed her distress and asked her if she was okay. Ms. Hoskins indicated that she was choking, and Ms. Yamamoto then proceeded to perform the Heimlich maneuver on Ms. Hoskins, ultimately dislodging the food item that she was choking on. This act of bravery, decisiveness, and courage saved the life of one of our teachers. Stephanie is not just a hero because of this act, but she is a hero because every day she does amazing work for our students at East Central High School. So thank you, Ms. Yamamoto, for being personally accountable for the lives of everyone you come into contact with, and thank you for jumping into action to save the life of a colleague who is in desperate need. You're amazing, and we cannot thank you enough. And Stephanie was nominated by Ms. Hoskins and Mr. McKay. Okay, that's it. Okay. Oh, Amanda's not here. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
She was the first one. I was talking to Amanda Woolman. You were talking to Amanda Green. I'm sorry. You were both talking to Amanda.
Congratulations, everyone. With that, we're gonna take a short 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 6:56. All right, thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. I'm excited. It's a bittersweet place. Sparkling on there.
I mean, last time. We were there the Friday before, but I had to leave.
It's very nice.
I thought about it when I was sleeping, I'm sorry. Yeah, I would have done the alarm on.
You might have one of those treasure games where you're
On to number 5, public comments.
We have one public comment, and that's Ms. Amanda Holman.
Ms. Otis?
Ms. Holman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Toscano, President Maskell, members of the board. It is with much honor that I'm here tonight to share a celebration with you for National Career Technical Education Month. Each February, school districts across the country celebrate the programs that prepare students for high-wage, high-demand careers. Here in East Central, we're proud to boast 11 of the 16 nationally identified career clusters with 32 different programs of study and over 105 different courses that are taught by 40 highly trained instructors for students and their families to choose from. These programs afford our students opportunities to gain technical knowledge, explore career and post-secondary options, earn industry-validated credentials and certifications, practice their skills in real-world settings, and so much more. You will be pleased to know that even through a global pandemic, statewide school shutdowns, and a plethora of other challenges, our CTE instructors were able to instruct and prepare 161 students to meet the standards of an industry-validated credential last school year. These ranged from letters of intent to interview for our education and training students, which was a partnership with our Human Resources Department here in ISD, to certified nursing aides, firefighters, medical assistants, welders, AutoCAD professionals, Revit users, pharmacy technicians, and the first ever 5 registered dental assistants here in East Central. We have a short video for you tonight that was created by the Arts, AV, Technology, and Communications students through the Digital Communications Programs of Study. These students are instructed by Mr. David McGinnis at East Central High School.
Hi, I'm Krista, and my CTE program is Teacher Prep. I'm in the Viewatory Teacher Prep 2 class, so I've been in the program for 4 years now. It's my last year, and being in the program over the 4 years has definitely taught me so much and has prepared me very much for life after high school, I think. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we student teach, which is my favorite part. And so whenever we go student teach and we're with like the other teachers, we get to actually experience the feel of the classroom and get to see like whether it's what we want or not. Some people can decide like, okay, this isn't for me. But with this, like I really learned that it's really what I want to do because I get to develop different activities for the kids and I get to see like what they would like and what they would enjoy rather than what they wouldn't. And just like working with them and being with them, I get to learn how to be my own teacher and think about what I would want in my classroom, how I would be in my classroom. And so, yeah, It's been awesome, it's been amazing, and we get to do taffy, we get a lot of volunteer opportunities. So I think it's teaching me how to be a teacher, and it's awesome, and I love it, and I'm so grateful for the program. And yeah.
Baby Teching has taught me the innermost workings of the industry of production, pre-production, post-production, and definitely time management and the importance of deadlines. But of course, it set me up for what I want to do after high school, which is live broadcasts. From working with the Jumbotron on Friday Night Lights and soccer games.
Hi, my name is Gabby Maya, and I'm a fashion design student here at Essential High School. This program has helped me really with my problem-solving skills for the future. The skill has really helped me manage projects better and help me complete them more efficiently. Along with the program, Ms. Mines also makes sure to include a lot of real-world connections and real jobs in the planning. Whenever she gives us like an assignment to make or any projects she gives us, she makes sure to connect any jobs with the fashion design and with our assignments that we have in class. The program also makes sure I take pride in all of my work and I get to have a lot of independence over the stuff I do. This all in all really gives me a strive to plan more in the future after high school and strive to want to have a plan and to find something that I really like to do.
Hi, I'm Victoria Rodriguez. I'm a junior and one of Ms. Waddell's CNA students. The CTE program at East Central High School makes me feel better prepared for life after high school because I'm in classes that correspond with my specific career plan. In addition, my CNA class is allowed, and it allows me to participate in simulations that I'll see in the medical field. I've also been blessed with many medical opportunities such as Hudson. All in all, the CTE programs at East Central High School allows me to gain experience medically, and it makes me feel better prepared.
Wow, very nice.
So I just want to say very briefly, thank you, Mr. McGinnis and his students for putting that together for us. You do have a bag of gifts from our students. They're student-made, most of them are. So we hope you enjoy those. But on behalf of all of the CTE teachers and students, we really want to thank you for your support of career technical education. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to prepare our students for these high-wage, high-demand jobs with the insane amount of opportunities that they have. So, thank you. Happy CTE.
With that, we'll move on to item 6, superintendent reports. Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir. Trustees, in your electronic packet there, you'll see this month's personnel report. A little bit of activity this month. Of course, please let me know if you'd like some additional information regarding any of the activity you see in this month's report. We'll be happy to get that to you. All right, thank you, Mr. Massengill. Looks like I was on February 18th meeting. Little time capsule. All right, 6.1. Unfortunately, trustees, Mr. Commissioner Tommy Calvert was unable to join us this evening. He contacted our office yesterday to let us know that he had a scheduling conflict that he was not able to resolve. And so he's not able to join us this evening.
With that, I would like to just say, I invited Mr. Calvert to come try to talk to us in regards to last week's emergency situation with the lack of power and lack of water here in our buildings here. You know, our buildings are all paid for by taxpayers' money. And when we have situations where the community could possibly use these buildings for warming centers or safety, it was very disappointing where we didn't have the capacity in the fact that we had either no water or no electricity. And so we weren't able to offer these buildings up as warming centers or emergency centers at all. And it's just very disappointing that, as a taxpayer and citizen of this community, that we don't have these facilities and we don't have the, I guess, because of lack of poor planning, we don't have we were in the situation that we were. So that's my feelings on it. I would have loved to have Mr. Calvert here to talk and see if he knew anything on the county level and what he knows, why we didn't have these facilities ready and when we really needed them. And so it's disappointing. And that's about what I have to say on that, for that. So,
I hope he's able to come in the future, because I think with all of the news media regarding ERCOT, and I'd like to know where we are with that as far as the county commissioners or the county or city. I'd like to know what their dealings are with that, and if he can give us an update, I think it'd be important, because that was very troubling to find out that we paid for something that we didn't get, and nothing wrong with it. But I'd like to see him out here too.
I think we need to be careful asking officials to come and give us a report when they're not responsible for the agencies that we're asking a report on. I think that's just something that we need to take care with and think through it and ask them to report on it from their perspective, not necessarily from an oversight or regulatory perspective. So I agree, we had some issues that shouldn't have happened. But the two agencies that we're talking about are city agencies, not county agencies.
Yeah, but how's that work when we're affected anyways?
Those two agencies are city-run agencies. Their directors are appointed by city officials. And, now you're talking about a pretty big finger pointing fight between the county and the city. The city's not going to take well to the county telling them what to do, or asking them to report on stuff. I mean, it's things that everybody should know. My question about ERCOT, you talked about ERCOT. Who appoints the directors for ERCOT?
Yeah.
The governor's all up in arms about it. Somebody's got to appoint those directors. Why are they appointing directors for ERCOT? We live in California.
Yeah, amen.
So.
Amen. Well, I think you're right, or maybe he can just, what you're asking us.
I mean, we just, what does he know, if he knows anything? I'm not asking to get into city business, but, I mean, they gotta communicate with their councilman, or a council person. Sounds to me like it's a big lack of communication on a multi-level deal, it's just very disappointing where we have these facilities and they're emailing us and wanting to know if we can open ourselves for our facilities up, or emailing Rowan, the superintendent for these warming centers, and we can't do it because we can't guarantee that they're gonna be water or safety, and if they don't have no water, electricity, the anxious can't have people in them. So, I mean, especially in an emergency situation, the citizens are looking to, for answers, they're looking for safety areas. I mean, that's what we do. And it's disappointing that.
I mean, my question to Mr. Calvert would be, why didn't this part of the county have any warming centers? Not necessarily why we were out of water or electricity, but why didn't he, as the county commissioner, provide warming centers in his precinct in the county? Those are, hold him accountable for what he can be held accountable for.
Right. Yeah, I agree on that now. I mean, there's a lot of people that need to be held accountable for a lot of things. And my fear is that none of them are gonna be held accountable for nothing.
Head CPS Energy makes over $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
Not including the bonus.
Right.
Why did we not have time? That's a question, but maybe reports to the city council and her board of directors, which are appointed by the city.
So earlier this week, they had the CPS board meeting online, and there was over 100 public comments, and it was pretty heart-wrenching to hear, all these hardships that people were going through.
The issue there too, Claudia, is that in the San Antonio area, you don't have a choice for power.
Right.
City Public Service has a monopoly, and they cannot provide power. So from a legislative perspective at the state, maybe they need to have that monopoly stripped from them. And
But
it's
it's
a competition there,
That's
so that we have some choices with power, so that we would have power in our facilities if city public service is unable to provide.
You know, it's interesting what you say, John, and what you were saying too, probably shouldn't be dragging on, but Steve brought up a good point, and it does, even if we didn't have a warming center in our area, but had we wanted to open our school for our families and our students and our kids that were cold and had no water to drink, we would have been able to open our facilities just mainly for, not for everybody, I mean, we could for everybody, but I'm saying specifically, we could have been here for our families and our kids, and we couldn't. So I think it's a good point that we should follow up on.
I wanted them to come because it all starts with questions and answers, asking people in communication. And when, basically you're dodging a bullet, you don't want to come and ask. And I mean, we've all sat up here and there's sometimes it's not so pleasant when we've had unpleasant people asking us tough questions, but we're here and we answer to the citizens of the people because that's what we're elected to do. And you gotta have those avenues open and you gotta ask the questions. And if you can't ask the questions, they never get answered. Plain and simple.
Good point.
Just
Anyway.
a heads up for board members from ERCOT to step down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just,
Yeah.
I hope they hold them accountable.
Yeah, let's hope so.
All right, well,
Good points,
I
good
appreciate
points.
everybody's input. Disappointed that Mr. Calvert didn't show up, but we'll need to move on and let's go on to 6.2. Mr. Saddle?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned inadvertently previously, the personnel report is in your electronic packet. It is the same one from February 18th. And again, if I can get you some additional information, please let me know.
All right, we will move on to 6.3, update 116 FFC local. Mr. Scott?
Your trustees, in your miscellaneous packet, you have the explanatory notes for update 116, as well as legal issues for update 116. Also, in your electronic packet, you have a link to the entire document. This month will be the review period. So if you see any policies in there, if you'd like some additional information on, if you have any questions, if you'd like for us to pull and consider amending, please let us know over the course of this next month. We'll be bringing this back to you at our next regularly scheduled meeting for consideration for approval. But in addition, we did pull out FFAC local and include it in your electronic packet. That is a recommended policy that we wanted to amend slightly. You'll be able to review it yourself, but I just want to give you a high-level overview. In essence, the recommendation is that school districts do not purchase or have possession of and or administer or distribute medications for any reason whatsoever in schools. That being said, in consultation with our nurses in the district, as well as our legal counsel, we feel like there are a couple of exceptions that we should consider amending in our local policy. For example, if students have an allergic reaction, whether it's a nut allergy or an insect sting, we do typically have EpiPens on hand, and we've many times had to use those in a very emergent situation to stabilize the child so they can get emergent care. Similarly, we have a lot of students, particularly students who participate in athletic or physical education type of activities that have asthma, and on occasion have an attack and may not have their albuterol inhaler on hand. And so in those cases, whether our athletic trainer or our nurse on campus are certified to administer both the EpiPen and albuterol. So we would like to recommend amending that policy to include the ability for those credentialed, identified folks to be able to do that sort of thing for an emergent response to stabilize children in those circumstances. So please look at that policy. We've got the language added in there. And again, with regard to any of the policies in the update to include the FFAC local, please let me know if you need additional information, and we'll get that to you before we present it to you next month.
With that, we will move on to 6.4, RCS 2020-2021 District Internal School Board Quarter 2 update, Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir, trustees, as part of our cadence of reporting quarterly regarding our district's progress on on our community-based accountability measures. This is our second quarter update, and so Dr. Fuller will pull that up on the monitor for everybody to see. It's also in your electronic packet. And so I'll let Dr. Fuller kind of give the board a little bit of a tour of what that looks like again, and what's included in that document, and a little bit about how we use it.
Good evening, President Maxwell, Mr. Toscano, Board of Trustees. Like Mr. Toscano said, the link for this scorecard is in your electronic packet. So I'm going to take you through it. It's the same link and the same document that you saw for the first quarter, but we've just extended it. So at the bottom here, you'll see tabs at the very bottom. The quarter one is the first two, so we're going to move on to quarter two. So if you click on quarter two, it'll take you to the external scorecard that we have. It's the same scorecard as quarter one. So it has on the left-hand side all the community-based accountability pillars and the key questions that the committee designed, can't speak tonight, for our community-based accountability system. And then each campus went through and color-coded based on what they were going to indicate and work on for this year. For each quarter, then they go in and they indicate, based on the key below, whether they're on track for that key question, if they're making adjustments based on data that they received for this quarter, if they require some support from the district or from another partner, or if they're in a crisis. And so, as you can see, everybody has scored. And I wanted to point out a couple things to you that we've noticed. So the one thing that we've noticed is that definitely, as this has been an evolution, as our campuses and departments are looking at this data and then giving an accounting for how are they doing as they're going through this process, we've noticed from quarter one to quarter two that there were some significant changes and that they were using it to actually as a tool to monitor how they're doing and then to signal both the district through our quarter meetings. Some of us sit down with principals to talk about where they celebrate and what areas they see of areas of concern or needs that they can focus on. And we saw very clearly this time they were able to articulate those using evidence and then really talk about what is working well and what are those things that maybe they are concerned about, they need support about, and we're able to have an action plan and really talk about what kinds of things during quarter three are we going to do to course correct or provide support or continue doing if it's working well. One of those areas is 3.1, to what degree do we support student learning and progress? And if you look across there, there's quite a few A's, which means adjustments are taking place. There was a lot of concern expressed during quarter two about students either not engaging maybe they're in remote learning or not having as much success as we had hoped that they would for a multitude of reasons. And so we talked a lot about what are specific campuses doing and then what is the district doing. Some of those action steps are requesting students to return back to campus. And I'm sure you've heard about that request that several campus administrators are reaching out to students, having conferences with parents, talking about how their students are doing. And if we can't come up with a plan to help make them more successful, then requesting them to return to school so that we can set them up for success this quarter. They're also tutoring. A lot of them are looking at MTSS, which is multi-tier system support, which is how they provide support for individual students on campuses by making a plan for them based on what they need. And so a lot of them are having individual meetings with teachers and support people on campuses to talk about what's working well with students and whatnot, and what can we do to help provide that just-in-time support that students might need in the classroom to help them be more successful. Another one, very similarly, is 3.3, to what degree are students growing and achieving academically and behaviorally. That was really linked very closely to 3.1. We will also see that across we have lots of A's, C's for crisis, and an SR for support required, very similarly to what I was talking about to 3.1. So I wanted to point out those two as just ones that we are working on as a district and some of the things that we are specifically putting some action plan in place. The next thing I wanted to show you is on the next tab over, we have a big ideas and next steps. So you'll see a correlation here, is what we did was we tried to capture those things that the principals and the departments reported on during their quarter meeting about what were those things they were celebrating and what were some of those big hurdles and or areas that need adjustment or are in crisis. And what specifically plans are we putting in place in quarter 3 to help mitigate those and or provide just-in-time support to change that trajectory. So there are 3 columns here. We've asked, most of them have like 2 to 3 big ideas. You'll see some have 2, some have 3, just depending on what they shared and what they had planned. But you will see here a lot of them did talk about like 3.1, 3.3 as you go down, and what specifically that campus is working on and or what adjustments and or celebrations they have going on to specifically address those pillars for the community-based accountability questions. Did I miss anything?
Question. When the campuses are self-reporting,
Yes.
are you comfortable that they are using those reporting statuses correctly? Or are they over-reporting or under-reporting, whether they're on track to be held or anything like that? I mean, did the campuses have a good idea of what the process is?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And we'll tour a little bit later this evening when we visit as a board. All of the data sources that are utilized to inform their current progress. And so that's one of the things we learned as we begun to implement the CG process, which is a way to not look in the rearview mirror and do an autopsy at the end of the year, but to have this cadence of accounting throughout the year where we're kind of really looking at our current condition and the degree to which we're accomplishing what we set out to accomplish and make adjustments in real time as opposed to waiting to the end. So to inform that though has been really interesting to figure out what is the right information that we need to be looking at that is going to give us a true indicator of whether we're on track, off track, need to make an adjustment. And so we'll look tonight at a bunch of data sources that we utilize. In fact, that's probably one of the biggest things we learned as we do our needs assessment and subsequently set our goals and determine our strategies is how are we going to track that? How are we going to know? What are our key performance indicators? And so that's probably one of the things that's evolving. That's one of the things we're getting better at. And one of the things we realized, if you're going to do this kind of accountability, where it's really truly about continuously getting better, the data matters and the quality of that source matters.
And the people who are reporting on themselves and scoring themselves need to really know what that means, so that they can be on track with that signaling, because it's such an important part of his process. Because that signaling tells them what they're going to be doing in the future, not looking backwards, as you just said, but what do we need for this next upcoming period?
Can I add one
Yeah.
point? I would say that it's a great point, it's a great question, because it is something I think that as a district, we've really worked to evolve. We're not there yet, but I feel like we've made strides, and every quarter we get a little bit better about what data we're using, what's really telling us. I will say that one big evolution I think that helps with that is that we have developed instructional leadership teams on the campuses. So there's not one single person that's making that determination. It's a group of people from their continuous growth team, as well as the administrators on the campus. And so there's teacher voice, there's administrator voice, there's parent voice. And so they're all looking at the data and talking about what does it mean. That's something in our system that this used to live with one person. I mean, several years ago, I can remember when one person filled this out, and it's something that definitely has evolved to be a team where multiple people are working on the data sources. But I would say the evolution is getting everybody to understand the different data sources, what do they mean, and so I think that's something that we're definitely working on.
But yeah, I mean, it's a complicated process, and the conversations are very, very helpful to the process so that everybody knows what's going on. We've been at it longer than a lot of places. And it's complicated. And as we have people move in and out, we just need to make sure that we're continuing to move forward in the process and not standing up to. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
Thank you, appreciate it. We will move on to item 6.5, technology department update. Mr. Sal?
Yes, sir. Trustees, in the electronic packet, we have a link to our technology department update, as well as Dr. Dykstra, who's here with us this evening, we can present that on the screen. And so Dr. Dykstra drew the short straw again this year, and so the technology department gets to go first. But from this month forward, through the rest of the summer, at every meeting, we'll have one or multiple departments who are providing the board with a progress update of the state of their department and how are they currently progressing towards accomplishing the things that they've set out to accomplish. So Dr. Dykstra, welcome. Nice mask.
Thank you. It's one of my grandkids' favorites, and they said they might be watching tonight or tomorrow they're recording, so I figured I better wear it tomorrow. Good evening, President Massengale, board members, audience, and distance audience. It's good to be here. Over the last 12 months, we've gone through some very interesting circumstances, and in the middle of summer, when we started working on our goals, we were really concerned about how that was going to affect things. And so for us, a lot of our time, or in fact, most of our work hours are spent taking care of work orders so that we can keep the equipment and everything working for the campuses. And when we were looking at the environment we were going to be in, we were really afraid we were going to take a big hit in this area. But we completely changed the whole structure of how our shop is set up. We get a lot of feedback from the technicians and from the other people working in there as to how they operate. And we changed it so that we cut down on the workflow, we cut down on traffic. We were trying to do things for COVID to make sure we weren't going by each other as often as we did before. We changed the doors that we used, a lot of stuff. And when we were all done with that, what we ended up with is last year our work orders came to 5,910 by the time we got to the end of January, and this year it was 6,097. So we think that those changes were a big success because we were still able to do that. But what you saw today is also a key piece. That group that was here today, that's something that was established and that was through a lot of collaboration with all sorts of people that we got these remote help desks set up on the campuses to do some triage with these parents and with students. And then I'll talk later about a remote help desk that we set up here at the IT building to do some additional work with families and stuff. But all that stuff really helped. They talked about distributing, and campuses distributing a lot of their own equipment, and then we had 2,500 new Chromebooks that came in and 1,800 hotspots out of 2,000 that have been distributed, and so that's where we are right now. We're in really good shape, put a lot of stuff out, and during all of that, we still managed to have these meetings. And the CG process can be really painful when you're putting out fires and you're saying, no, we gotta stop and take that hour or so and have that meeting. Because you wanna keep going on that. But one of the things we definitely have found over the years, and we're seeing more and more people understanding that hour over the next month might save 5 or 6 hours or maybe even more. So it's well worth it, as more and more people understand that it works well. And for us, we met all our goals for our technician meetings, which are facilitated by the technicians, and then team meetings with leadership and quarterly meetings with leadership. Our second priority was, high-performing, engaged workforce, and the first thing we look at is professional development. We set some pretty difficult goals for our staff. We expect them to move up on certifications and knowledge. And all of our staff, except 2, met their training goals, and those 2 were pretty close. 2 of our staff did exceptionally well and actually met promotion goals. So that's a big help to our district. Then on atmosphere, they have a peer survey that they do, and we were looking to get a 1% increase on that. You can see that we put the EC values in the peer survey, and we were hoping for a 1% increase, and we had a 4% increase. So we're happy with that. The individual technicians, when they do a work order, we randomly select so many of them to give a survey. This year, the number of people that responded to the surveys was down, but the scores that the technicians were getting on the survey were pretty close to where they were in previous years. And you can see some of the questions up there that we asked on that survey. Third priority, inclusive and collaborative partnerships. This year we were able to partner up with Alamo colleges. And what happened to them is because of the pandemic, they weren't allowed to go on site anymore with their students. And so they were looking for some way that they could do things remote. So we worked out a partnership with them. They pay these students $15 an hour and they work for us. So we pay nothing. I like that arrangement. But they had to work from home. That was the deal. So we set them up. The college requires them to have a laptop and internet access, or they work out something to provide them if they're in need. So they have that. So we set it up so that they would have a school district IP phone through their computer so that we could transfer calls to them. And so when we would get some of the calls in, and we had a lot of calls, especially in August and September, we were able to transfer some of that over to them, and they were able to answer that. And they not only did parents and students, but they also helped staff members when we had time. They took care of a lot of low-level stuff for us. Worked real well. And that's continuing on, we hope, into next year too. On resources and operational excellence, of course, we have some big grants that we work with. And every year they're changing the rules on that. So the category 1 stuff deals with our internet access where they pay about 80% of it. And that is the district around $200,000. And I get a lot of help in Ms. Burns' department on that. Sometimes the paperwork is like this high, so that's good, bad at the same time. Category 2 is where we're going to our infrastructure, switches and stuff that run our networks throughout the district. And we're replacing switches and access points and everything with that money. And last year we received over $500,000 worth of grant money there. And then this year we had initially in April, we were real worried. We brought hotspots. We didn't know where all the money was coming from. And we ordered Chromebooks and we got the grants, and we ended up receiving grants from TEA, federal grant money through TEA. We've received some federal grant money through Bear County. The Education Foundation stepped in with a really good chunk of money. One that's not up there is Toyota gave us some money too. And so we were able to purchase a lot of things, including 2,500 Chromebooks and 2,000 hotspots, and pay for the monthly fee on the hotspots, the data fee, and all of those hotspots have unlimited data. So if the kids went and watched a movie with the hotspots, they still had data to do their homework, which is something we're concerned about, because some districts just want so many megabytes and it could be gone. Then when we take a look at our key performance indicators, these are some of our top ones. We've got 2 more than this. These are the ones that we use a lot. The first one, the open tickets, I've talked to you about that in previous years. What we saw this year, though, is we changed the emphasis. We did some trainings with the staff. We wanted them to watch when they were starting to get busy and request help. And we wanted them to use the information on the board to see who it is they would request help from. They put in assist tickets and request certain people and so on. And their use of the scoreboards got so high that they asked us to put a scoreboard in the shop for them. And that's what you see up there on the screen. We have an old part left over from when we did some distance learning stuff. And we set that up so that they've got the scoreboard right there in the shop to make it easier for them to use these different KPIs. Looking forward, probably the biggest thing that has come into our department as a change over the years is the security. Every year it seems like the security gets a little more scary. And what we're doing this year is we're going through and we're doing a complete review, and we've even got some outside companies that are taking a look at some of the stuff we're doing and giving us some proposals, so that every year we've done a little bit, but this year we want to take a really big look at it and see, because it's changed so much. As you see on the bottom there, Microsoft, Walgreens, General Electric, it's no longer the company that's not following the rules, that's not doing a good job, that's getting hit. They're even getting some big companies. So we need to make sure that we're in the prevention mode as much as we can be, and that we're also in trying to get ourselves in a place where we can recover as fast as possible if something did happen. Questions?
I haven't. Region 20 got hit pretty hard.
That's
They
correct.
lost all of their systems. Have you been collaborating with them to learn what happened to them and if there's a way that we can prevent that from happening to us?
So, in some ways, yes. In some ways, that, we require information from them, and there's some stuff that they haven't released yet. I don't know if it's because they haven't finished their forensic analysis or what, but there's some information we're still wanting from them. But some of the stuff we know by what happened, we can kind of figure out different things. And we've talked to some people who are down there, and they've given us information on what happened and what they did. And so we have used that to make changes in some of the areas that we're working on. Some of the stuff, actually, we had made some changes on a couple of years ago. And so we were really happy about that. We changed some of the processes we did on our backups, for example. And so we changed some things on the firewalls. And, we still got a ways to go. And we receive a lot of files and stuff from the service center. So it is a concern of us. And we're hoping when they finish their forensic analysis, they'll give us the exact details of what happened so we can check and make sure that we don't have anything like that to document.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Knight.
We will move on to item 6.6, upcoming events. Mr. Scott, what do we have upcoming?
Just a couple of things I want to point out. In February, actually, the Tasman Governance Camp, which traditionally was the one that was in Galveston, it's all virtual this year. And it's from March 3rd to 6th. And in your miscellaneous packet, Mark was so kind to print a flyer and put it in there for you. And so we just wanted you to know that it's available, it's virtual. If you're interested in attending, let Margaret know, we'll get you registered. The flyer is in your miscellaneous packet. Again, that's on March 3rd to the 6th, next week. Also in March, hard to believe that,
That's Ms. Dale's event, right?
yeah, it is Ms. Dale. Margaret and I talked about that today when we printed the flyer. That's right. Spring break, the district will be closed for spring break the week of the 8th. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting is on the 18th at 6:30, and I'll be sure to pay attention to daylight savings time and spring forward on the 14th, so that I don't have another time work like I did this evening. And that's all I have for February, March. Lots of student activities.
Nice. Ms. Dale, you gonna be attending virtually?
Yes.
Awesome, there you go, awesome. All right, moving on to the action agenda, 7.1, ACS additional days, school year program, Mr. Scott.
Trustees, as you'll recall, the district received a grant from the agency to explore the possibility of an additional days school year program. As you're aware, that part of that required us to work with a consultant to go through a very comprehensive process of determining the options available to us. We were also able to use some of that funding to consider purchasing curriculum for the summer. And so through that process, we kind of came up with three possible options to consider that would be required in order to meet the criteria for being able to then draw down some of the additional ADA that comes with the additional school year program. So in your electronic packet, either it's a link following the agenda item or embedded within the agenda item, is a handout that has those three calendar options that we identified through the process. So at this time, I'll have Dr. Fuller kind of give the board a brief overview of the options that we have to consider prior to a recommendation.
All right, good evening again. Yes, and I believe there's a handout in your paper packet as well. It should look like this. No, it's not?
No, but that is in their electronic packet.
Okay, so it should look like this. I apologize. So just to give a little bit of an explanation, the goal for the extended school day is to provide a minimum or up to 30-day program. the agency, Texas Education Agency, would pay us half a day ADA for each of those 28 to 30 days. In order for us to qualify for that, we have to have a minimum of 188 traditional calendar days, okay? We are currently at 171. Does that make sense? Okay. So in here, what we've done is try to make something that's kind of complex, simple, to talk about what are the options as we kind of understand them. So we went through and we, irregardless, also wanted to say of whether we go forward with this grant or not, we're still going forward with our summer school program. Our goal to apply for this planning grant was to just benefit and reap benefit, see what else is out there. What can we learn by going through this process to help make our program the best program that we can? So in order to have 180 days, option one, we could look at starting the school 3 days early, which we would start August 11th. That wouldn't cost us anything as far as monetary, but it would require the teachers to lose 3 prep or planning days to get ready for school. So instead of having 8, they would only have 5 prep days. And then we would convert 6 out of the 7 staff development days that they use for quarter planning and for other data days to be instructional days instead of teachers being able to plan for lessons and things. It wouldn't cost us anything monetarily, but it would cost teachers time in prep. So that's option one. There's no monetary cost to the district, it's just the changing of our staff development days that teachers use to plan and prep for students. Option two would be still starting school 3 days early, August 11th, which would, again, wouldn't cost us anything, but we would lose those 3 days that teachers prep for. And then we would end school later. Instead of ending it on possibly May 25th, we would end it on June 3rd, which would be a total of additional 6 instructional days, which would cost the district for teacher salaries $666,667. So that's option two. Option three would be that we keep the days as they are in the beginning of the school year, start like we normally do, so teachers would get the 8-day prep day, the beginning of school would start the way it would, but we would end June 8th. So we would tack on all 9 days at the end of school. And you can see that it would cost the district a little bit, about $1.8 million in teacher salary in order to add those days on. Now, getting the ADA, the half-day ADA, for using those 28 days, we would gain $151,000 from the agency for that ADA for the summer program. So you can see we don't really recoup very much in our cost. So basically, this is kind of our options. But like I said, we plan, regardless of what is decided tonight, of having our 28-day summer program for K through 5th grade. It will be, we will have a new curriculum because we did learn from this process about a great curriculum as we went through investigating and working with our partner Bell Excel to provide this curriculum. So we will be providing and having a new curriculum summer with staff development for teachers, which is something that we've not really done. Most of the time it's been teacher developed. And so it's something that we'll be able to give them and then train them on it as well. So we feel like it will be a very high quality experience for our teachers and our students. So we're very excited about that. And I think that's what I did to say, I think.
No, and just to add a little bit of context. So the board responded several years ago to feedback we were hearing from teachers about the amount of time they were spending preparing for instruction outside of the school day, the school week, and that if there was any way possible to capture some time that we could structure as a district and support them in planning, in disaggregating data and making some instructional adjustments, providing specialist support. And so we used to have a lot of half days where half days the students were there and the other half they would do some professional development. And they also said that that's just not effective, that it's kind of a wasted day instructionally for kids and we don't have enough time to really delve deep into the planning and preparing. And so in response, we created the calendar that we have today where we've got enough minutes to to adequately comply with the TA's requirements, but we also embedded full days with those students strategically throughout the year, where at each quarter, we could provide all the support to teams of teachers across the district, and they could prepare a scope and sequence for the next 9 weeks, and then set them up for weekly planning for that quarter, as well as provide support for reviewing the data, seeing how students are progressing, how are they growing, what adjustments do we make, regrouping and additional support kids need. And so we have heard since we implemented that, made that calendar adjustment, every single year in our employee surveys, we hear from teachers that that's one of the most beneficial things that we have done to support their work. And so I say that to say that the option of taking any of that time away is really cutting our nose off to spite our face. In addition to the fact that the half-day ADA that we're going to get, as Dr. Fuller mentioned, is less than $200,000. And at the very least, it's going to cost us $600,000 for option 2 or over $1 million for option 3, when we're going to offer the 28-day summer program anyway. So it was an exercise that was very beneficial. It was very enriching partnering with LXL through this process. We did pick up a curriculum that we're very excited about. But essentially, if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them before I make a recommendation.
What option are you recommending?
So
I'm support.
I am recommending that we stay with the calendar that we currently have and not move forward with the ADS line.
So none of these options.
So none of the three.
That's what-
Yes, sir, none of the three.
Okay, that's what I need that.
None of them.
Correct.
Yeah, nothing you said sounded like any of them were good, right?
No.
Right.
I just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
We're going to carefully explore, like, what did we find and what
We
did we
would
not?
definitely diligent.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dell, you have a question?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're good.
All right, Mr. President, I recommend board approval, continuing to include 171 instructional days in our academic calendar as we currently have.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the continuing to include 171 instructional days in our academic calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Mr. James Mulkey. Do I have a second?
Okay.
And second from Mr. Victor Garza. All in favor?
All right.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you very much.
Should we set that on next month, we'll bring the calendar back, that will then, a proposed calendar that'll be around 171 days.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we will bring the proposed calendar for next month, for your consideration.
All right, we'll move on to 7.2, ACS E-rate proposals, lease lit fiber service.
Trustees, the district requested proposals for lease-lit fiber service, and we received 3 proposals for these services. These are supported, this is supported in E-rate, as Dr. Dykstra indicated earlier. And so attached in your electronic packet are the tabulation sheets. But essentially, in working with our consultant, E-rate consultant, Russell Neal, GST, in looking at the proposals that we received, it was very evident that the best option for the district to consider is the proposal from AT&T. This particular service is going to include 10 gigs to the schools and 1 gig to our administrative or support facilities. The cost of this proposal is $6,600 a month for the term of the agreement. And again, the tabulation of all the proposals that we did receive are included in your packet. Mr. Morgan, is there anything, Mr. Dykstra, anything that I did not consider? You're happy to answer any questions.
So currently, AT&T.
Our current vendor is
Current vendor is AT&T, and we have one campus, the high school, that has 10 gigs right now. So this will really help all the rest of the campuses.
There'll be no interruption of service with the changeover to a new provider or anything like that.
That's what they always promise us.
You know, hold the calendar.
Ms. Dell, you have a question?
No.
I think we're good.
Okay, Mr. President, I recommend board approval. to award the lease lit fiber service to AT&T for a 3-year term as presented.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the award lease lit fiber service to AT&T for 3-year term. Do I have a motion? Have a motion from Mr. Victor Garza and a second from Mr. Steve Bryant. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to the next item. 7.3, Region 20 commitment for middle school coaching. Mr. Scott?
Trustees, we bring to you in June every year our commitments and services to or from the Educational Service Center, Region 20. Since June, we know when we brought that to you and you approved it, the district's been fortunate to have been awarded a grant from the Texas Education Agency as a Title I improvement grant. This grant is in the amount of $32,000. And what it enables us to do is to partner with Region 20 to provide some reading and math coaching for 6th grade teachers at both of our junior highs. And so because you've already approved and are required to approve those commitments from Region 20, and we're wanting to make an amendment to that as a result of the grant funds for this specific reason, we're bringing that to you tonight for your consideration.
Any questions?
Is the coaching done in separate groups for reading and different group for math, or do they come together and the reading coaches, or maybe better said, the math coaches learn how to incorporate some reading into their program and vice versa?
Okay, Dr. Fuller, you want to speak to that?
So, this particular program, this coaching is just on reading and math and strategies for teachers to explore. Separate from that, we are working on disciplinary literacy, which is teaching other content areas how to incorporate literacy strategies within that, but they are two separate initiatives or supports, if you will.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Dale, you have any questions?
No.
Everybody good? All right.
Mr. President, I recommend board approval of the Region 20 commitment as presented.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the 2020 commitment, Region 20 commitment as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion from Ms. Monique Priestess and a second from Victor Garza. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. All right. 7.4, 2-year extension depository contract. Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir. Trustees, as of September 1, 2017, Senate Bill 754 was amended, or was passed, which amended Texas Education Code 45.205B. This allowed the district's depository contract to be extended for a total of 3 2-year terms. East Central ISD is currently eligible to extend its depository contract with Wells Fargo for the last of what would be 3 consecutive 2-year terms. We have visited with Wells Fargo Bank representatives, and they've agreed to extend the existing terms and conditions for banking services and rates, which were previously agreed to in the original depository contract that we engaged with them in 2015. And so this would be the last extension that is allowable through this statute by the agency. And so our recommendation tonight, pending further questions, would be to extend the depository contract with Wells Fargo under the original terms through 2023, August 23. We have to answer any more questions. Ms. Judy, is there anything that we have to add?
No, we're very happy with Wells Fargo. Our reps are very good, but they're located in Houston. But if we call them, they always return our phone calls and are very good about assisting us.
So this is the last time we can extend their contract, but it doesn't preclude us from going into a new contract with them in 2023, because it would be brand new, we just go out for bids.
Correct.
They would come in low, we would accept them, and then it would be a new contract, not
Yes.
a fourth extension of the existing. contract.
Yes.
It'll be like another 2 years, another 6-year deal with
Starts clock
all
off.
that stuff, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Dale, you got any questions?
No, thank you.
Anybody else? No? You got a question, Mr. Moore?
No,
Okay, sorry. Making sure. All right, Mr. Conlon.
Mr. President, I recommend board approval for a 2-year depository contract extension with Wells Fargo Bank through August 31st, 2023.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve a 2-year depository contract extension with Wells Fargo Bank to August 31st, 2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. James Mulkey. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Victor Garza. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll move on to 7.5, construction project delivery contract award method for construction of gas lead renovations. Mr. Toscano?
Trustees, per board policy CV local, prior to advertising for any construction project which is to be valued at or above $50,000, board of trustees must determine and approve project delivery or contract award method that will be used for such projects. We are currently considering completing phase 2 at Cassidy. It's a much smaller phase than phase 1. It would include paint, flooring, ceiling grid, ceiling tile replacements. It would also include some LED light conversions. We would be following the same color schemes and flooring types that were designed into phase 1. For these reasons, we believe that we could manage the project ourselves, save us the cost of designers and architects. And so for purposes of that scope, we are recommending your consideration for project delivery and contract award method of utilizing job order contracting for that work in phase 2 at Cassidy. Mr. Morgan, anything to add?
Only that we already reached out and got some initial pricing from a flooring contractor that did phase 1 work, and as well as a general contractor. And the pricing is actually in alignment from what we got previously, so we feel comfortable with this recommendation. And for the same contractors to continue the work.
And who is that contractor, Mr. Morgan?
The general contractor is RL Rohde, and the flooring contractor is Becker Concepts.
Ms. Dale, you got any questions?
No.
Anybody else? Sounds like a way to save some money.
Sir.
So there will be people in charge, or
Oh,
we're gonna do everything in-house? I'm just trying to
so kind of
understand.
misspoke, general contractor, yes, we would need to hire a designer and architect like we did for phase 1. It's the difference. The general contractor would be managing the project, and Matt would be managing from our end.
Okay.
So the general contractor will handle the sheet rock, the painting, the lights, the ceiling grid, and then an East Central staff member will manage the flooring portion of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. Good.
Mr. President, I recommend board approval of the construction project delivery contract award method utilizing job order contracting, a cooperative method of construction procurement for the Cassidy renovations.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the construction project delivery contract award method utilizing job order contracting cooperative method of construction procurement for the Cassidy renovations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Monique Reeses. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Del Brazil. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to item 7.6, ACS approval of the missed school day waiver. Mr. Scott.
Yes, sir. After last week's weather events, The agency did release a missed school day waiver. This waiver would be applicable for school closure based on inclement weather that includes infrastructure issues because of outages with electricity and or water, which we did experience. This would be for the days that the district was closed due to those circumstances. The district was closed on February 16th through February 19th, so that was Tuesday through Friday last week. And those would be the days that we would be including on our waiver. And so the essence of the waiver is if, because of those circumstances, the district would not have to make those days up, and would be funded accordingly.
Awesome.
Good. So the remaining of the calendar remains the same. I know you mentioned Good Friday. So
Yeah, so
Good Friday.
Good Friday is a holiday still for students. It will be a employee work day for those that did not work on Tuesday. And we do have employees that are, it kind of gets a little complicated, but we had some employees work from an emergency response standpoint, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so those employees would essentially have the opportunity to trade for Good Friday. But we did have a number of professional employees across the district who did not work. It would be it'd be a work day, a planning day, not a school day.
Ms. Dale? Okay. All right, thank you, good.
Right, Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve the missed school day waiver from the agency as presented.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the missed school day waiver as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Victor Garza. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Claudia Barrientos. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Before we move on to the consent agenda, I have noticed that we have a new face in the crowd that I normally don't see
Thank you.
in the admin side. We see it normally in the the athletic side, so I was wondering what the hell is going on.
Yes, sir. So with us all here tonight is Camry Galashik. Camry is going to be replacing Margaret Zotz, as Margaret is going to be retiring this June. And we're very happy for Margaret. First of all, she's going to get to spend all that time with her family, taking care of Wes, of course, and those grandbabies, helping her take care of Wes. So we're very thankful for all that Margaret has done for many, many years. I'm personally eternally grateful. She's made me look way better than I am for many, many years. I so much appreciate her. But we went through a process and we had some tremendous candidates from around the district who applied for the position and interviewed. But Camry has been with the district for 12 years. Camry started as a receptionist. She worked with bookkeeper and has been the athletic director secretary for a number of years recently. She has 3 older children who have graduated through the system and one that's a freshman or less. And so she's invested in the community. She's worked hard to earn this opportunity, and I'm just very proud to be able to offer her this opportunity. She did a fantastic job, but this is really an opportunity to set Camry up for a smooth transition in the spring, and also an opportunity for her to groom her replacement in the athletic office. That's a huge, huge job, and she did a fantastic job there as well. And we've also got to give Miss Ariel an opportunity to properly grieve over there. And so we'll take the next few months. She's trying to call for a veto. So yeah, please welcome Camry if you hadn't already had that opportunity.
So what I'm understanding you were saying about the socks is that you completely wore her out. And that Camry, my advice to you is to learn how to say, when he says, Camry, can you do, you say no. So learn to say no, and you'll be fine, and you'll have, you know what I'm saying? Learn to say no. Anyway, welcome aboard. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And congratulations, Mrs. Johnson.
Yes, congratulations.
I think you've done And I know, Clay, I really appreciate every time I call you, you would always be prompt in getting back to me with any question that I have. I know I have a lot of hard time with these technology stuff that you do. And getting our reservations to go to trips and all that kind of stuff. Appreciate it.
Yes, gone way beyond and above and beyond the scope and duties and work. Very appreciative. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there anybody that would like anything moved pulled from the consent agenda? No? Motion to approve the. So moved. Have a second? Second. Have a second from Mr. Victor Garza. All in favor? Opposed? Consent agenda approved. At that time, we will go into executive session, the Board of Trustees on February 25th, 2021, beginning at 8:06 p.m. Convened in a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Sections 551.074, personnel matters.
Okay.
Lost it. Lost it.
Like I said, I don't know if you moved, I can go much.
The board ended its closed meeting at 10:29 PM on February 25th, 2021. No action was taken at the closed meeting. Before we adjourn, I need to ask, we're gonna start a facility planning committee, so I need from each trustee 2 citizens from their districts. Are there community, to serve on the committee? Huh?
What committee? What committee is this?
Facility planning committee.
Gotcha.
I need names by March 4th, next week, next Thursday. Two people. So send me an email with your recommendations, and we'll get this going. We're about a week and a half behind because we had to postpone last week's meeting, so I wanted to get it done this week. So anyway, so get 2 citizens or 2 recommendations from your team. We can get that done. So where's that? Dale, you hear me, Dale?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So just send me an email with your recommendations or contact information, then we'll get that going.
Right on.
Okay. Two facilities.
All right, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, we adjourned via unanimous consent.
All right.
All right.
Bye, Ms. Dale.
All right, guys, it's been real.